Hey folks, hey friends, my name is Egil Hansen and we are gonna do some bUnit enhancement today. Hope you guys are doing well and having fun. And I started uploading my stream recordings to YouTube, so if you're watching on YouTube sometime in the future, welcome. And if you want, you can come and join me on twitch.tv/Egil Hansen. If you want to join live, that's also that's a possibility every Monday and Wednesday at 1:30 p.m. UTC. Try to go live around that time. Today was a little bit later than usual, but well, that's okay. That's okay. Sometimes we miss the deadlines. So what do I mean by enhancing bUnit? So enhancing bUnit means, in this case, that we want to what's the word I'm looking for here? We want to make it easier. We want to make it easier to test some things. So that means adding a few extra features to bUnit that makes it easier to do some assertions, to work with the asynchronous delay. We already did a few things of that, and also make it easier to trigger events that change the input fields. So if you have an input tag, then you might want to call change on that. And right now, just the method takes an object as input, and it's basically up to you to make sure that that is convertible to something, or just convert it to a string yourself. And then, so that's a whole serialization process that I want to sort of encapsulate so that people don't struggle with that. I managed to spend half an hour myself, stumbling around that until I realized what was going on. So if I can save, other developers from from falling into that, I want the opposite of a pit of success, I guess, then that would be great. So that's, I think, what we're going to look at today. But let me first jump over here to my main screen. Here we go. And zoom in ever so slightly. Okay. I think I might be I just need to fix the position of my webcam. 1 second. It's slightly too back. 1 second, guys. So if I unlock this and drag myself a little bit further out here, and guess I don't need to take up that much space. Something like that, I think, is reasonable. Yeah, okay. Yep, I think that works. Might have shifted the position of my webcam since last stream, but here we are. Okay, so what we are looking at here is we have two things that I'm currently investigating that I just want to give you a quick follow-up on. And basically it's how we treat bubble events in bUnit. So what would happen if you have one or more components that generate markup like this, and you trigger the onClick event handler, then it will first call whatever method you added here, and then it will call the method you have added here, and so on and so forth. Just like you have in the browser, where the events, they bubble from the lowest element and then up until there's no more elements. So that's sort of a bubbling event. Or if you have prevent defaults put on one of the event handlers, then obviously it stops bubbling from that point on. So the problem we ran into, or rather the Blazor guys discovered, is that if they have a component, so for example, if they have a component where when you click the button element, this event handler up here, maybe the entire element, is simply removed from the DOM, then when bUnit tries to invoke this event handler attached to the TD element here in this example, then then you get an exception from the bUnit runtime saying, well, the event handler isn't here anymore, so I can't do what you're asking me to do. And yeah, that's not good. So what I am looking for, maybe if somebody out there is watching and have some input on this, I'm looking for input to make sure that I'm sort of aligned with how Blazor does it. And I might not be able to emulate that exactly, but hopefully I can. So right now what I'm thinking of doing is basically saying, well, if for some reason or another, the first on-click event handler on the target element that you triggered from your test, if that event handler has been disposed or removed between the time when you retrieve that button element from the DOM and you trigger the event handler, then you should get an exception, obviously. And if your event handler throws another exception as well, then you obviously get that exception. But if any parent elements bubble events in the parent elements, if they throw this event handler isn't here anymore, well, I think then my initial instinct right now is to simply ignore that exception. If this event handler is still here and it throws another exception, like an exception from the event handler, then we want to surface that to the user in the test. So that's how I'm thinking about resolving this. I've pinged Steve Sanderson in this issue and hope he will help maybe make sure that I have a correct understanding of how Blazor actually does this in the real world. I haven't been able to sort of pin it down by experimenting just with a Blazor application, so it will be interesting to see how that behaves. But if anybody here in the chat has any input on how this works now and how you think it should work, let me know. Add your voice to the issue here. That would be awesome. It is sort of a I filed it as a bug, but it could also just be works as intended kind of a thing. But I think this is a bug because it's not what the bUnit user would expect in this case. So I hope to sort of get an agreement from whoever's interested in participating in this on what the solution should be, and then implement that fairly quickly. So that's one thing that has popped up since a couple of days ago. Another thing that popped up was that Microsoft released RC2, and with RC2 they introduced something. They introduced a new way in JavaScript interrupts to signal to the underlying JavaScript interrupts logic that you are calling a void method. So this is an example from a user who stumbled into this, and the current stable release of bUnit doesn't support this. But basically, when you call setup void in your code, you can invoke void or invoke void async in your code, then you are basically that's basically just a shorthand. So if you go ahead and take a look here, we can look at invoke void async. I think this is the one that people use the most commonly, and yeah, here we go. So this is just an extension method on IJS runtime. Let me find this one, for example. This is just this invoke void async is just an extension method on IJS runtime, and what it does is that it actually calls invoke async on the IJS runtime interface, and then it passes in a special interface called IJS void results to indicate that once we are done talking to the JavaScript bits of your application or talking to JavaScript in the browser, you shouldn't return any value. Previously, before RC2 of .NET, what we had here was we had an object. It said object here. So that's sort of a significant change that kind of bit me quite a bit, because I have a whole fake or mock JavaScript interrupt implementation in bUnit, and obviously a lot of code is set up around being able to detect when it's a invoke void call you're trying to do from your component and when it's not. So I had to go and run and do a whole lot of changes around my my code to sort of use the new type, and basically, I guess basically I do a lot of if-defs where I adjust, basically I say, well, if this is net 6, then we use IJS void result as the marker for this is a void result, and if it's something, I guess, before that time, then it's an object we use to detect that. So, but to add on top of that, the good folks from Microsoft, they actually missed a few things. So they missed adding the IJS void result to a couple of interfaces to the, well, actually initially I only found one, but I ended up actually creating a pull request, my first pull request to the ASP.NET Core repo, and it turned out that what they missed was adding it to, what was the two interfaces, that two extension methods. Yeah, for the JS in-process object reference type, there's a extension method where they missed this conversion. Here you can see the before and after. And also for the JS in-process runtime extension method. So yeah, so basically, I was lucky enough to have the Blazor team agree to actually put this into the final release of net 6, even though the final release, there's not going to be an RC after this. So this is just my changes here with this commit is going to go directly into the final .NET 6. So the first thing I want to try is just to verify that with the nightly build of .NET 6, where this changes in, that the code I changed to make some of this work will also work with the last two methods we have. So that's going to be the first thing on the agenda today. So if we go back here to the, where did, I think he commented it. Let me see. Was it in here? Nope. I just need to find, so Taney? I'm probably gonna butcher his name, but he was the one who did the review of my code, and we I'm in the pull request, so let's go back to the issue. Oh yeah, so he said that I can try the nightly builds from here, and that way make sure that the changes I made also work correctly. So that's, I think, what we're going to try to do first. So here we have bUnit. Let me adjust the font size to 150. Let me know if font size is okay, if volume is okay, if the balance between background music and me talking is fine, let me know. And let me see. I need to go and add that. Do I have a NuGet? I don't have a NuGet file, so we need a NuGet file. Global JSON. So this is not global JSON, but let's see. So this should be in I think it's NuGet.config it's called. Let me add that here. Yep, that seems right. Okay, and let's close that one down, and then get version for global JSON here. So we need to add a global JSON. I believe I have that already, but we need to find the version. Does it list the version numbers? So Where does it save the version numbers they have available? I guess this might be it. Oh, this is the RC2 release. Where's the nightly? That's annoying. What if I just go into NuGet Package Explorer, have a look. Pull package from online feed, and if I pass in this feed here for the net 6 nightly builds, and let me see. So what is the package I'm looking for? I'm looking for cancel. It's called. What is the package actually called? I guess it's called something like I should be able to see that here. Something like something with components, I think. Let's search for that. Yeah. Okay, so it's something RTM. Let me just use that. I think that's gonna be. That's probably gonna be the one I want. So I created my NuGet package. We can actually add that existing item, and it will be up here. So, and if I go to this here and change this from RC2 to something like that, then it will be forced to update that from and change it to star. I think that should be okay. Let's see if we rebuild, what happens then.
Damn it! Oh, hell with it.
Nope, that didn't work. Let me try going in here again. And online feed. Well, I could just grab a full version. See if that helps. I guess maybe I need to have a star here, but let's see if that works. Funny, jump straight to 7.0 here with that one.
Damn it! Oh, hell with it.
What if we do something like that? Maybe it's happier now? No, I guess not.
Damn it! Go! Hell with this.
I got 99 problems. I think that's a Jay-Z song related to that, right? Where can I find my... Do they have a list of pre-releases somewhere we can just go and have a look at? I think this is just the official. Also, this is the RC one. Where is the nightly releases? Hey, chat room, let me know if you have any suggestions for where to find the global using statement I need. So what if I just open this up? Can I see the SDK version? I have an idea. What if I do something? I know what might be wrong. So here I probably want to say version 6.0. Remove that. Then it might just pick out the right one if I just change this to. Let me open up a terminal, see if we can get some help from that. So maybe I just install this one. Yeah, this is called RTM something. Okay, so I'm just going to install this. Come on, come on. 5 megabytes per second. That's okay, I guess. Here we go. And it's going to complain about code signing, so it'll need me to say, yeah, it's okay, I know what I'm doing. And you can say, keep the file. Yes, 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 keep anyway. Have to trust Microsoft once in a while. And let me go to my download folder and run the installer. Run anyway. Okay, here we go. Yes. probably need to close this thing down. Okay. So now I can set this as my version in my global JSON. Just uncomment that one. And now let's see if it will restore. Yeah, okay, I guess I need to set this to something like this. And oh, I closed Visual Studio, that's why I'm not finding it. Let's open that again. So now that we have the SDK installed, I can basically, hopefully, you can do something like this. Dot star. And let's try that again. That didn't help a lot. Unable to find. No, it's not called 100, it's called, what was it called again? It was called RTM00, yeah. So, hey Christopher, how are you doing?
Feeling like $1,000,000. If you're curious how I'm doing in euros, just ask, what's $1 million in euros?
So, I don't know if you heard that, but Cortana thought I asked her. No, I was talking to Christopher, so go away, Cortana. But thank you for letting me know, though. So let's see if we are able to restore now. Fall break, yeah. Well, mine starts on Friday. It's here in Iceland. It's from Friday till next Wednesday after that. So, okay. So we actually managed to restore things. So now we can go and check out the unit tests for the JS interrupt bits and see if they behave as expected now. So let me go here and have a look. Test doubles. Let me close all but that. Also this one. JS interrupt. Actually, just run all tests. See if they broke anything else in the nightly build. So, Christoph, are you getting any coding done during the break, or is it family time? Hey, everything is awesome, it tells me. Let's see here. So this one was commented out. So we can remove that because that should be implemented now. Let me. So this is for JSON object reference. Let me try run that test now. See if that passes. It does. Okay. So my changes has been merged in, and as soon as basically as soon as we have a release ready, I wonder if I can just do something like this. Does that also restore things? Nope. Okay, but yeah, so that's so I guess I need to, because I can't really release something right now based on a nightly build, because that won't work for most people. So I'll leave this test skipped and I'll basically revert all my changes. So this was revert that one. Also this one, and yeah, let's revert that one as well. And yeah, remove that one as well, and I can remove the NuGet config. Okay, let's just get everything back to where it were before. Thought I had set up feature chat, but apparently not. Okay. Let me see if I can get feature chat working today. So Christopher says let me feature your chat message there. Yep, here we go. Ah, neat. So that works, that's nice. Okay. Nice. Summer house is awesome. Good for you. I'm here in Iceland and, well, summer has left the building. It's like we had a little bit of snow yesterday, like the first few nights with where you wake up and there's frost on the grass outside. So yeah, winter is definitely coming, as it were. Okay, so confirm that works. So I'll just leave this as it is. And then there was one high priority thing that I wanted to work on. So this thing, we started actually looking into this a few weeks, I think 2 weeks ago. And this is just about making the change logic, when you call the change method on an element that you want to trigger an onChange event handler or an onInput event handler. Well, sometimes if you're not sending in strings, then Blazor actually does some conversion from an object to a string and then back to the real type again. And because that's what happens when you send it from the front end, from JavaScript to Blazor in C# land. And right now, you can't be surprised if you just try to pass in, for example, a datetime, like I was a couple of weeks ago when I was stuck on this. And I passed in the datetime, and it wasn't being serialized and deserialized in the right format. And my test wouldn't pass, and I couldn't get it to work. What I figured out was that Blazor actually has something called bind converter type that will do that formatting for you to the right format and then back again. So that's kind of neat. So we can utilize that to sort of make this be much simpler for folks and just work with any type of T, at least what bind converter understands. And otherwise, it's just going to use a toString and hope for the best. So I think we're going to do the same. So what I want to do today is basically we did a bunch of experimentation a few streams ago, as I said, and I want to basically take what we sort of came up with, which was this, and then but do it in a test-driven development way. So first thing we need to figure out is, how do we actually test this? And this is where we need some. We actually might. No, we're not in the right place. We need to be down here in event dispatch extensions. And we need to be in the input event. So the input events are, there are 2 input events we need to work with overloads for. Let me go and find those. So it is, where do we have input events? Here we go. Let me pin that one and that one so I don't lose them. This one can go away. So we have the change, it just takes an object right now. That's not really useful. And we have, where did you go? We have input, which I think is the same thing, but I haven't created, I actually force users to pass in a string here. So it's actually in some ways a better API, because then they have to think, well, okay, I want to pass in a datetime, for example. So they actually have to pass in the real datetime string, and then you don't have that issue that you might have with the object up here. So there's 2 things we need to do. We need to basically do the same work with input and with change. So if you go and take a look at the bind converter type here, it's a static class. And we can see it's the, let's close that window, it's the format value method we are interested in. So it's down here, and there's basically a bunch of different overloads that it support. They also have, let's see, they also have a generic version, if I remember correctly, which is the one I'm thinking of just using. What I'm debating is, should I create a bunch of tests that try all these different, values and see if it, ends up in the right place? Or, yeah. So here we have the dynamic version, and it will figure out which one of the subtypes to get. Or should it just be good enough? Like I'm sort of, because this is sort of pretty central code, so I'm actually thinking of creating a test for each of these types. But if we start, I think I'll start by creating a sort of just a generic test, and then just create a whole bunch of overloads let's create a test help method, I guess, and then create a bunch of overloads for each of the different types of T, I guess, that we want to pass into that. So I think we can do that generically. But first, so if you go in here and have a look, so I have this helper method. I'm doing a bunch of reflection stuff here with where I'm basically just discovering all the overloads, because there's a whole bunch of different overloads and I'm just discovering them. And this was actually before I started playing around with autofixture. I could probably use that to generate even better test data. But what I want, I have this get event helper methods here. No, that's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for create trigger spy. Yeah. So this one, create trigger spy, that should be helpful for us, because basically we have, it's sort of, I basically just want to capture the event being triggered, and then I can assert against that the right value was passed to it. So I guess we can just start with a simple thing. So let's just prototype this first. So change with, oh wait a minute, I'm forgetting my own notation here. So this is going to be test And here we use, oh, let me change with int. This serialized correctly. I don't know, something like that. Naming is hard, we'll figure that out later. So we want a trigger event spy. So create trigger spy, and it's gonna be change event arcs, and my element, that could just be oh, it has to be an input element, obviously. Input, and the event is gonna be on change. So now my spy has, I'm trying to remember how this works. Let me jump into this method. So here we create the spy, we have the spy, and then we can say spy trigger so this is gonna call trigger I see, element elm, okay, and then we have the element and we can call the change method. This is the one we want to change something about, change, and we want to pass in our value, which is going to be 42 because that's a good solid number. So pass in value, and let me, so this is going to be, yeah, this one value here, and now we can say spy, then I can do raised event, and the raised event value should be, and we need to be equivalent to value. So if I run this test, this might actually pass because 42 is not something that will not work. So let's change this to I guess datetime instead. Datetime dot now. Yeah, no, so this is actually might not be the, because this, yeah, why does this just work? So, okay, this is so Christopher, I have actually, as you can see up here, basically all the types of events that are possible to raise from JavaScript, the built-in event types, there are dispatcher helper methods for that. So for the input event dispatcher extensions, we have change, and we have input, and we have invalid, reset, select, so on and so forth. And selection change. So we have all of those methods, and I guess more commonly you will have something like the mouse event. I think that's the one that most people use. They use the click one. Where's that? Oh, they're not sorted alphabetically. Oh, here we go. So click is very common. So click is something you will see a lot. People say find element of, find button dot click. So this is a helper method that basically does that. So yeah, all of those are built in. I want to make this smarter though. So I think, so this test will always pass, because here what we're doing is when we call this, it just creates an event arc and assigns the value. So there's no conversion going on here. So this is not actually what we want. So I don't want to have that trigger spy here. What I want is I want a specific test component for this particular use case, and it's change event input change event sample. I'm just gonna call it that. I have to figure out. So what we actually want here, we want some code that looks a bit like this. We have an input type. That doesn't matter the type actually. We have an on change, and so what should this do? This should, that should be private void on handle change, and it takes an change event arc as input. Arcs. Then we have a public object received value, and we can make this nullable. Get set. Then we set assign receive value. We assign that from arcs dot value, and here we just handle. So this should take, I think this should take things through the binding unbinding scenario. Let me see if this actually make things break. Okay, so instead of doing this trigger spy, I'm gonna do something else. I'm gonna say var cont equals render component input change sample. I'll probably need to go up and build this thing up here. Oh, dang it. I added the thing to the wrong test library. Here. Up there, move it up there. Yep. Build this one. Don't care about that one. So now it's built, and now we should have an input. What's the name of that thing again? Input, here we go. And we need that one, yep. Okay, now I can do cut dot find input. And we want to change that to value. And now I can do cut dot instance dot received value should be equivalent to value. So we want it to go. Let's see if this works. Wait a minute, what am I doing wrong? Why is this working now? Is it only with select elements that have this issue? This might only be with select elements. Is that true? That's weird. Okay. So I was perhaps stupid enough. Did I had things kind of work well when I was experimenting. Did I actually save that? Oh, I did. Okay, here we go. I do have my work in progress. Let me have a look at this here. Let's see. So this was the extension. What was my... So this was on change sample. This looks... so this was with bind. So bind has some things going on. Is it because I'm using... I should be using bind? Let me try that. Let's try that. Let's see if we can make things break again. So where are we? Input. Well, let me just copy paste this. Unchange sample. Sure, let's call it that. Unchange bind sample dot razor. Here we go. Build there. Unchange bind sample of type date time.
Woohoo!
So this will set a value here. So may or may not be nullable. We just bind that value directly. So if there's no initial value, we can make this nullable. I guess that will work as well. Why did that change color? Does that matter? Huh. Interesting. So you see the value down here, this here. When I do this, it changes to. Okay, well, we can experiment with that afterwards. So let's have a look here. So I'm rendering that out. I'm calling the change value, and now I want my value to be equivalent to that other value. Let's see if that actually is something that happens now.
Oh man.
Okay, no, so this fails. And could not load. Let's just do a full rebuild. And try that again.
Oh man, that's sweet.
So now it is definitely complaining. Let's pop that up here, so you guys can better see what the error message is. So here it's saying expecting value to be something something, but it was this. Okay. So I want to try and move this into a generic test. So we can try out different source types. So private void verify single bind of type T. And here we can basically do this, type t there, and we need the t value in. Okay, so that's our test. And instead of this, I can just do create a. So this doesn't work, but if I do datetime.now here, this should basically be the same test as we had before.
Oh man, that's sweet.
It still fails, hopefully for the same reason. Yep. Okay. So what if we do that with an integer? Or rather, if we just go in here and just go from the top. Here we have a nullable string. So change with and just to keep things interesting, I think I'm gonna go ahead and create a private static fixture. Yes, auto fixture. Private static read only fixture. Just new that up. Oh, I'm in a release mode. That's no reason to do that. And here we can just say dot create. And what was the first thing? It was string. Because it's nullable. Pretty sure there's a create method using autofixture. Oh, I need the namespace. That's why. Okay, makes sense. Okay, so if we run this test, okay, so string works. I think I want to change this. Change with change of value with bind, and then if we use auto data instead here, and then yeah, this is even better. Then I can remove this bit here, and then I can just here say string value, and we just pass that along to here, and then autofixture will do the rest. So if I copy paste this and then say boolean, oh, need to have a different version here, call this bool, and what else do we have? Nullable boolean, we need that as well. And value, so this is going to be an int, nullable int. So I wonder, I actually don't know what autofixer does, if it creates a null value. Might do that. Let's figure that out. And we have long, same for long here. Long. So I could make this sort of a data-driven thing, but then I would have to do some reflection gymnastics whenever I want to render this, because the input value would need to be generic. So let me just add a few more of these. Short as well, short and float, and double, decimal and decimal, datetimes. Datetime's probably going to be the one that's going to stick out. So that was short. Let me add datetime here and wait with the other ones just so I don't, if for some reason this doesn't work. So that was 8, 9, 9, and then 10. Let's make this 11, 12, 13. Let's make this 14 and 15. Okay. So if we just run all the tests here for this class, let's see what happens.
Man, that's sweet.
So a bunch filled. That's nice. That's what we want. So let's see which one fails. The long one failed. The int 16 failed. And int 32. So this one fails. Yeah, more or less all of them failed instead of short passed for some reason. I wonder what value was passed to it. And Boolean worked. What if I run this again? Will this fail then? No. For some reason short behaves correctly. That's highly interesting. It's very weird that short works. I wonder if it's okay. Let's see. Let me put a breakpoint here. I just want to see. So it's kind of weird that short works, but long or int doesn't work. So I wonder what's going on with that. So we do have a value. But what if I just pass in default here of, default of short, question mark. So that should be null. Let's try to run that again. So now I have null. But I do have my component of type short. Yeah, okay, so that will pass. I wonder if we can make this test slightly better. I think we can. What I can do is I can do, because the problem is, I think right now we're not actually validating if we are changing things. So if I go ahead and add an initial value that we then want to have overridden, So let me just for now reintroduce my private static read only fixture equals new, and then down here I'm just going to create a fixture dot create of type T. So that will set value to something, that will set the value property to something else. Then we go and change it to another thing, and then let me see if, let me try to debug this one again. So now if I go and have a look at instance, it's oh no. I can't zoom in, but it's 40, it's 28, sorry, 28, and my initial value is null. So if I step over, then it, so the null value works. But let's try to run all the tests again here in this class.
Oh man, that's sweet.
So yeah, now all the tests are failing because the value is not correctly set. And it's not being set at all. Okay, so now we have a few examples. So now I can go and see if this sample code we managed to create last time, if that will actually solve the problem. But let's add it piece by piece instead of. So basically, right now the tests we're only testing for single values, and .NET will support multiple values with multiple select drop downs. So if we change this to this, let's have a look and see what happens now. So now we're doing this, and let me just filter by let's actually run all the tests to make sure that things are behaving correctly.
Oh
Okay.
man, that's sweet.
So that broke a whole bunch of tests. Damn it. Okay, well, let's have a look at that. Let me see, what test did I actually break? It's all in the same class, so fair enough. Okay, that's okay. Let me go ahead and remove target framework as a filter, and I guess I can't do that. So I'm gonna add all the tests in here to my create a new playlist just with these tests in them, and add those as well. So the reason why I have all the tests duplicated 3 times is because bUnit has 3 target frameworks, one for Net 6, Net 5, and Net Core App 3.1, or yeah, Net. So all of these 3, and well, that's just weird. I definitely have more failing tests. So, wait a minute, what's going on here? That's not a good way for me to view these. So 9 in total. But here I only see 1. Why didn't it add all my tests for that? Here I have 12 tests, add to playlist. Ah, is it because I'm... What's going on with this?
Oh man, that's sweet.
Don't think this playlist thing is working as intended. It's kind of weird. What if I just filter by this? Oh, okay, that doesn't work. Do we do star here? Oh, class equals this. Okay, yeah, I guess that works. I'll just filter by that then, I guess.
Oh man, that's sweet.
So a bunch of test fails. Let's see what they are. Can you please not? I don't care, I just want class. Yeah, that's fine. And now we have all the test 3 times because... So the helper method here, this one will fail because we basically want to filter out the... So this method tests all the dispatcher events that are in the method, but I guess it cannot figure out the generic constraint is true. So I think I can go ahead here and override this, so we filter those out. Looks a bit like this. So we have our... Override that and set this to helpers instead here. And here I'm gonna say I don't want something that where name equals change. So if we rerun these tests again, we should see that these 3 go away, because we are explicitly testing the change event somewhere else.
Oh man, that's sweet.
Oh, yeah. Need to change that. Let's run those again.
Oh man, that's sweet.
What am I doing wrong here? Oh, I know what I'm doing wrong. Just remove this type here. And what else? So yeah, that should be it. No.
Oh man,
It was
that's
not.
sweet.
Late bound operation cannot be performed on... This should absolutely work. Okay, let me go back and look at my code from last, well, not last week, but so let's see, what did we change here? Oh, not equal to change. Yeah. Missing the negation. Let's try that one more time.
Oh man, that's sweet.
Okay, all of them pass now, but we still have a few here that doesn't work. But here the problem is different. The problem is that, as you can see, it actually did the right thing, but we have a granularity in our assertion that is, you know, the full date time. But when we do the conversion with bind converter, which does work correctly, then we actually throw away, when we're moving data from and to JavaScript at datetime, then we actually throw away that millisecond part. So what I want to pass into here is what if I do should be, and t is date time. Do I get an overload that allows me to specify the go to definition? So we just briefly change this to date time, and date time. Then can I, yeah, here I can specify a tolerance. It's going to be time span dot from seconds 1, but should be equivalent to so let me undo a bit here. So if I want to make this test generic, I guess what I could do instead is, can I do value dot date time, remove milliseconds, C#. I just want the date time without milliseconds. There must be can't I do something like add milliseconds and then just take the value dot and multiply it by -1 to negate it. Let me see if this actually removes the millisecond part, so it's just a 0. It looks like it looks like I do remember my basic school math.
Oh man, that's
I didn't
sweet.
fix my test though. Nah, that's funny. Can I do... maybe I can do something like... Here I can do date only and date and then time only. Time. Oh, no, of course not. That won't work unless I have net 6. Oh, I need to make the test generic. There must be some better options. How to truncate music. The following will work for data that has a fractional millisecond. So... Okay. Yeah, this works for me. Just down to the second and just throw away the rest. So let's add a static helper method here. Private static date time. Whoop. What? Huh. I hit F11 and apparently region, I think it's called dates in the code snippet. Yeah, this works. Value. Then we can make it generic. Date is maybe date. Let's call it that. And just do date is, if it is that, we return date, otherwise we return null. And then let's try to debug this one again. Definitely no milliseconds here. Now the test pass. Okay, so all the tests passing. Well, no, they don't. Which tests do not pass? But I fixed this. I thought, at least. Yeah, needed to rerun everything. You're right. Thanks, Christopher. Okay. So, come on, update. Yeah, there you go. Like those green check marks. Newtons of JSON link. No, that's not something we need in here. Yeah, need to be uppercase, I guess. Okay, fine, fair, that works for me. Okay. So this seems to work. Let's double check with where did we end up at? We ended up short, daytime, so short, then it's float. I guess for the nullable values, should I be trying to pass in null as well? So if we do default short here to pass in null, let's try to run that. Basically to do tests and 2 tests in 1, so that works as well. We can set null. Yeah. So this might turn out to be fairly redundant. Loading suggestions, really. I just want to reformat this to a code block. So the question is if this actually does the exact same thing as this up here when it's not null. So I'm gonna probably err on the side of caution and add these extra steps just because I don't know exactly what the Blazor runtime does internally with the bind logic and blind conversion and the format string and then going the other direction. And even if I went and looked at the code right now, that might actually change in in the next release, like we had with the JS interrupt void types. So I think it's good that I have that extra. Hey, look at that. It figured it all out for me. So I just need to reformat my document and we can run all the tests in here again.
Oh man, that's
Okay,
sweet.
so a bunch of them failed now. Where did you fail? Okay. What? expected value to be, but was this. So, okay. So, what? Same with this one. So, it defaults to 2001 as the first null date time. I don't think I would expect that. I don't think I would expect that. Yeah, so it's definitely the null value. Why the hell? Why would... Is that really a thing? Like, it's... Okay. So that's odd. So, unless I'm doing something completely wrong here, excuse me, unless I'm doing something completely wrong here, yeah, so that's what I'm wondering. So Christopher asked if this is the binding format that defaults to it, and or is it, so either way, like if I have a simple Blazor component like this one here, and I've said that my T value type here is date time of a nullable date time, and the user doesn't enter in a date in the input field, I don't expect to get a 2001 date in my... I expect to have null here as a default value. So that's why I'm kind of curious as to why this turns into be two different values. Let's try that again. So we can just step in and make sure. Oh, I removed the wrong breakpoint. So here we are definitely, if we step over there, we have, yeah, we have what is the year is year 0. So this is basically, this is like your January at the start of time. And when we pass that in here, let me step into this. Oh, let me step out. Out. Oh, damn it, that's not what I wanted. And now I have what? I have a year 2001. What the hell?
Oh man,
Let
that's
me
sweet.
double check this one more time and look and see if it's in here. If it's in here, this happens. So put a breakpoint in there. And let's step over that. Step into, so we get in here. We still have year 1. And what is the value now? So value is converted to 0. Let me just pop that up. So this is what the bind converter does. It converts it to 00, January 00. So this is definitely, I would believe, the same date as we have now. We can even go down here to watch and say date time dot pass and pass in args dot value. Oh yeah, I can toString that one. And we have no. So this turns it into a year again of 2001. So if we take that string, that args value as a string, and do a pass on that. So format value, it does take a culture info. What if I pass in invariant culture? Culture info. I wonder what culture is being used on the other side, because I'm using forward value on this side to produce something.
Oh man, that's sweet.
So let's add a breakpoint here. Debug. And first one. This is just, here we have a real value and the output is this. So this looks a bit more like an ISO string.
Oh
But
man,
then,
that's
you know,
sweet.
things don't get converted correctly. So, so are we using thread called default thread current culture here on this side? Let's see. Oh man, so this might be something where a test is actually depending on culture, which would suck. Let's see now. Now we have this weird format again. Step out. And here we have this format again, and then doesn't match.
Oh man,
Okay.
that's sweet.
So let's close that one down. Let's start with. Do I have some sample project I can use? Let me just double check. Yeah, I can use my net. So cd net 6RT2. Let's just see what Blazor does, if we can. Is this a Blazor server project? It's a Blazor WebAssembly project. Okay. Sure, we can work with that. Let's just misuse the front page. I'm gonna pull this out. Don't really need that. That's just my. I was just playing around with the native file interrupt. There's no need to test that, by the way, because you know it's up to the end user to actually provide a C version of. For example, if it's in the native file you want to test with is like a C project, you have to actually provide a way to, you have to compile that for the Windows runtime, then bUnit will be able to run it. If you compile it to WebAssembly, well, then bUnit can't really do anything about it. So, but I think this is very much an edge case that I just need to document. Okay, so let's say we have an input type. Let's just do that as a text. And then we have here a p tag and with some code in, and let's use it private date time selected date, and we bind that to selected date, and here we print it out. Just toString, I guess that's not necessary.
Damn it! Oh, hell with this.
What? Okay. Oh, it might be because I installed that nightly build.
Damn it! Go! Hell with this.
Okay, we can do something like rtm.star.
Damn it! Go! Hell with this.
Okay. .NET new Blazor server. Oh, let's 6 Blazor server. Let's open up another one. Just copy paste that over. Close that one. Hey. Ah. Let's try that again. Okay. I guess I need a bit more information here. Ignore, stop, save. Selected. Data is null. So Christopher says I found something where it said that if you pass date times from string that specify the year with 2 digits, then numbers from 1 to 30 are defaulted to the year 2000. And yeah, that kind of makes sense, Christopher. Thing is, I want to do something that's stable. So right now it's true. So if I write was it 2022? So now I have some sort of date that looks like this, and it changes it to this format. I guess this weird format comes about because that's how my locale is configured. Like you can see my Windows clock is it's basically like this. Just took a screenshot of that. So the thing is, when it's bind, I'm only controlling the one end of the. I'm only controlling the formatting. I'm not controlling the, going in the opposite direction. So what do we do about that? I could do a specific overload for daytime here, but since it's basically so, if somebody else on a different machine have different culture info settings, then this is gonna behave weird. But I guess this might also be a kind of a bug, because this is not like the first bit here where we have a value of some date, and step over, then we go ahead and pass that, then we do get the right thing back. Date time dot pass, and I am allowed to say arc dot value dot to string, and then pass in it's arcs. So that yields the same thing in this particular case. So let's try that with the null value. And now we have so yeah, that takes it to year 2001. So the question is that something I should do something about? Would that be considered a bug in bUnit? Not sure. Because it just depends on the culture you're using. I guess. Oh, that's my alarm. 1 second, let me just double check. If my wife can pick up the kids. So, I guess.
Oh man, that's sweet.
I should have an. Maybe I should add an overload here called. What is it they actually use here? It's culture info, and have that as null. Well, so I don't think it's actually a bug in Blazor as much as so. Christopher says that it might be a bug in Blazor. I'm pretty sure Blazor is just using like datetime.parse and using some formatter value to format it, and that's not really a Blazor specific thing. It's just something that is tied to the. So I think you can Blazor culture. I think you can sort of control the culture of in Blazor by setting it to through code. At least I would need to do that with yes, something like this. So if I change this over to this, I guess it won't use my whatever culture I'm using locally, and that might be what I need to do in my tests actually. So hang on, let me see what messages I'm getting here. Okay, so coordinating kids pick up with the wife. Let's see. So if I have this was probably kind of static. So if I just let me just put it down here in this test just for now. Now I'm forcing it over to default thread current culture, and in here we just have it set like that. So let's see how this test behaves now. So now, yeah, no, the value is still kind of wonky. It's still 2 digits. And it's still set to en.us, but yeah, I'm still
Oh
have that exception.
man, that's sweet.
So, how can I probably something like xUnit setting current culture. Yeah, this is probably what I want. Where did my test go? It went over here. And then I can just set that. Will that work? So test class. Let's see if we can get it over to English US. Still doing that weird thing, but it's probably something not just current culture. I need to test some globalization as well. Oh, maybe I can just do this. Oh, this is just a sample. Okay, cool. Well, I can add that to my testing stuff. Probably up here in the sample xUnit extensions. Copy raw content. Here we go. And my namespace. Sure. Yeah, we can see all that. And now I'm able to do that. Let's try to run this again. Oh, I forgot to debug. Oh well. So that makes the test pass. So that's kind of cool. So so I think this is going to be redundant, and this is also not going to be helpful for users because we can't control the other end of the thing. So we just need to stick with the default culture, which is what we have. So let me rerun all the tests here. Yeah, okay. So this makes them all pass. And okay, so this is actually a fairly good solution, and I might want to add something to the documentation about culture and binding, and yeah, probably I need to do that. And I think now that I'm at this, I think I want to add another use case. I want to, this is two-way binding. I want to make sure that one way, like just the onChange event also works. Input, let's give that an ID as well so we can find it easily. Change input, and it will have an onChange. That's going to be an object. That might not be there. And we get some arcs here, and we can just do onChange. onChange value equals arcs.value. And here we have an ID of bind. Yeah, just call it bind, I guess. And then I can expand my test a bit. So code, I'm gonna find the bind thing called changed on that bind, and here we're gonna say find the this one I call change on that as well with value. And in here as well, I'm gonna add a parameter for this. P dot and do the same trick. Same trick here. And let's rename this guy to be bind value. And hey, it works. Cross, that's neat. And need another parentheses here. And then down here we have another assertion. So this is going to be onChange value should be equal to value. Okay. So let's try to run all the tests again.
Oh man, that's
Whoops,
sweet.
lots of things failing here. So I guess this should just be, let's just rename that to T. and nullability doesn't come from you. And we want to cast this to T. Yeah, let's try that again.
Oh man, that's sweet.
So I actually think bind converter has the opposite direction as well. That's sort of available. Try convert. Do we have a generic version of that? No. So this is just going to be the string value, I guess. And then this will have to be bind converter dot. But what are we really testing then? What are we really testing in this case? So this is just a nullable object. I kind of look forward to be able to drop one of these target frameworks because it just slows down everything. Okay. So did all my tests just pass because... Oh, it's because I'm calling this bind converter value. But what if we just do... So let me, now I want to make sure that we are doing the same thing as they do in, so suppose we have input type text, and instead of this bits here, these bits, I have an oh wow. I just lost my train of thought completely. We haven't unchanged it in here. So this is basically the scenario you have from before. We have private, void, change handler, yeah, which takes change event arcs as input, and then in here we just do a private object received value, and Sure, receive. Let's just print that out. Pack it in a p tag. But and private type received type. So if you go to implementation on this guy here, I guess we can't do that there. If we go in here and say change event arcs, this is just object. So received value equals arcs.value and received type equals arcs.value.getType. Oh, like so. Okay, let's put a breakpoint here, and this should actually just work because it's so. Now I have a value of type string. Huh, funny. That's, oh, well, I need to print stuff out then, otherwise it won't work. Receive type, this could be null. So let's, hey, hot reload the thing. And system string, sure. What if I pass in? We still have a system string as input. So it looks like it will always, what if I change this to number? And click the hot reload. Does it do the conversion for me now? No, it's still passed as a string. So with unchanged, it's always going to be a string. So that also means that I kind of think that that also means that this additional step here doesn't really well, okay, what I can do is I can basically verify this by just trying to cast it as a string every time. Maybe as a nullable string and have this as a string here. And well, where did you come from? In here, just give me a random string for that. And now I want this to be the same as the value. So converted bind converter. Yep, bind converter. Format value. So let's rebuild and try that again.
Oh man, that's sweet.
Okay, so we have a few of them that failed. Okay. Interesting. So bind with true, with the value true, with a boolean. That behaves slightly different. So it's not always a string. Sometimes it's a boolean. I guess if we were dealing with a checkbox, I guess that it does something special around that. Can I try that out? Do we have a type checkbox, input type checkbox? And no, okay, it's spelling, it's warning me about I'm not spelling checkbox right. That's okay, it's an attribute. Okay. So if I check that, what is my type here? It's gonna show it to me. So this one actually gets converted to a boolean because it's a type checkbox. So there's special handling for booleans. That's interesting. Okay, so it's not always a string. It might sometimes be a string. So no, not restart. I wonder what is the value we get in. If I debug this one, is it actually a boolean that is passed in here? Does it, when the bind converter is called, does it just take the bind value and pass it through? So here we have a boolean of true. Ah, okay. So this one is actually bind converter doesn't do anything with that.
Oh man, that's
So
sweet.
that's fair. That's just passed directly in. So if I just leave this as object instead, object here. Actually, you can remove that cast because that will always work. So what I actually think, so if you are doing manual unchanged things with instead of using bind, if you don't use two-way binding, if you just use the I only want to know when, I just want the value, then you actually need to manually convert that to a real value from whatever type you're getting. Okay, so far so good. Okay. So where did we get to? We got to short, and let's scroll up again. So we have in, long, short, float. That's the next one I need. Let me copy paste these ones here. So float. This might actually also be culture sensitive. And 10, 11. Double. Then, oh, I need one more decimal before we get to datetime. Yeah. Okay. Let's just keep things in the right order here. Decimal, decimal. So that's going to be 14 and 15. And then we need to move this to 16 and 17. And here we have, oh, so there's different overloads with culture info for datetime, and that's also a formatter. I don't think we need to handle those conditions. Okay, datetime offset, we need that as well. Yeah, I guess I can always add another overload at some point later on if it turns out we need to provide this functionality to the user, so where they need a daytime offset. But for now, it doesn't seem like that might be necessary. And then I can just add that if somebody starts, they can always just do the thing themselves where they pass in a string in a test. They can always do, daytime, whatever they want to toString, and just do change with a string, and that will work for them. Hang on, guys. Okay, I'm back. So where were we? Oh yeah, we were doing daytime offset, so that's gonna be 18 and 19. And so yeah, I'm kind of curious if we just skip this. I want to see how it deals with daytime offset, because they are a little bit different. Oh, and so let's try to run all of these tests as well.
Oh man, that's sweet.
So 6 failures, and all of them, they're not all the same. So unable to cast. So okay, so they failed for a bunch of reasons. Let me start with this one. Huh. They look kind of similar. They look kind of similar. So what's going on here? What is it? Why is that not the same? Okay, let's debug that test. And no. I don't. Why are you jumping in here? Let's put a breakpoint in here. Yeah, I guess it's details that so this is a daytime offset, right? Definitely a daytime offset. And do we have an offset? Well, the offset is not set to something, so yeah. Okay, well then. So let me see. UTC daytime is something like that. Just gonna pin that there. So that's that value. And what do we have in here? Yeah, they look kind of similar. So why are they not the same? Let's try to do a simple cut. Lots of ticks. Is the ticks different? Pin that one and up here. Yeah, no, so the ticks are different. I guess it's the milliseconds again. So pin that one, and is it just the milliseconds? Yeah. But it's funny with datetime offset, it didn't show the milliseconds, it just showed the first bits there. I guess it has a so shortly, which I'm using in bUnit now, just didn't actually display that. Okay, so they were actually different, and it was sort of the same problem as we had before. So if we duplicate these guys here, datetime offset. Oh, caps lock. Datetime offset. Come on. Yeah. And offset, I guess there's a date offset here as well. Does it have a kind? No, datetime offset doesn't have kind, which I guess kind of makes sense. Okay, so in this test here we need that one there, and also up here. So let's try all those again.
Give it! Go! Hell with this.
Oh. Well, that compiles.
Sweet.
Oh, it didn't fix things. So other things are wrong. Okay, so 2 of them got fixed. What does this say? Unable to cast object of type. And where is this? At what point is this actually happening? And what test is this? It's up here. So if I remove this bit here and okay, let me see. Is this a target framework thing where they differ? Oh yeah, so net 5 and net 3.0 doesn't work with datetime offset correctly. That's interesting. So is this just part of my Is it because binding, it can't figure out the right type? Let me try that again.
Oh man, that's sweet.
Unable to cast object of type, bind parser to type. So what am I missing? Oops. So T is, it's a daytime offset, yeah.
Oh man, that's sweet.
So if we just do this instead and rerun this test.
Oh man, that's sweet.
Unable to cast object of type. But so this might actually be a bug in Blazor. So it cannot figure out how to, I'm not passing any parameters, but it can't figure out daytime offset here. It can't figure out to bind that because in net 6 it's not a problem. So yeah, okay. Huh. I wonder if we go ahead and have a look at this file over here in the GitHub repo, if it actually supports daytime offset in the earlier versions. What if we go back to like just net 5.11? Do they have daytime offset in here? They do have daytime offset, so there's some formatter for that. But this fails, it fails right when it doesn't even allow me to render the component. As far as I can see. Nope.
Oh man, that's sweet.
Huh. Okay. I don't think I'm doing anything illegal here. Any suggestions? Is it just a known thing with net 3 and net 5? Or net, well, net 3, but net core app or net standard with Blazor that like if, because the type is set to daytime offset, but it cannot it tries to, I think there's the bind parser apparently wants to set up this as a daytime, but not a daytime offset. All of this code it's complaining about down here, let me pop it up so you can better see it. All of this is something in the Blazor renderer. It's not something I have any influence over. So yeah. So what I might just do in this case and just say, well, okay, this is net 6 or greater, and leave it at that for now, because this clearly feels like a bug in this kind of feels like a bug in Blazor and not in bUnit. Yep, it's happy. Okay, so that was daytime offset. More daytime offset with formatting values. And now we're down to the generic one. Generic one? Am I speaking with a German accent today? One? Generic one? I'm quite happy with just sticking to my Dinglish, my Danish English accent. And here we actually do have something with a type of object. So what if I just pass in something like a random object? Let's have a test for that. So let's just have a yeah, that probably won't work though, but sure, let's just do a private class foo with I'm not sure if this is actually supposed to work at all, but let's see what happens. So I'm probably just gonna go ahead and do something like this. And just copy paste this and something like that, and say this is gonna be my foo instead. And use autofix to create a random foo. And here, var value. So I don't expect this to work, to be honest.
Oh man, that's sweet.
And it did not. So to have this working, we have to have a type converter added. So we need to do that. I guess we can do that. Sure, why not? So Blazor bind type converter. Let's see an example. Custom type converter for Razor pages. Probably not what I want. Guess they were introduced here. And no, it also failed in net 5. Okay. Okay, well, we can try to implement one of those, I guess. So private class foo converter, foo type converter, inherits from type converter. And so So what do I do with this? I have a do we have an example of an implementation here? Well, maybe this is actually a good implementation to look at. So if it's string, then we convert to okay, we can try that. Never built one of these before. So context source type string, that makes sense because we want it to a string and from a string. And convert from, and we expect that to be a string. Else we try to call the base type. Okay, that's fair. So in this case, I'm gonna so how do we do the is it also an, I guess we need both directions. Can convert from, can convert from, can convert to. Or JSON serializer. Yeah, I'm thinking that they're using JSON serializer, but so deserialize to foo and use my input. Well, let's set a breakpoint or two and see what happens. There we go. And let's try to run that test again. So we are called, where are we called from? So it wants to convert from a string, can convert from string. And it's during render, fair enough. So we say true to that. And now I have an object of type. Okay, so value is just this. I see. So where are we now in the test method? We are calling change with foo, and foo has a bunch of values, but what we are asked to convert is actually just they just to string. No, actually, wait a minute. So this is the foo type. Okay. No, apparently it was not. Oh, but wait, what's? Oh, it's this hovering thing is wrong. So yeah, value is definitely a type string, and input is that as well. So that is not gonna work. So I think can't convert from string. I guess we need a can't convert to. So I want to convert from foo. Do I need this? And then convert to, and okay, override. Sure, we want that one. Nope. Wrong refactor. So if object is foo input, then serialize input and return that. No, serialize, not async. And yeah, let's see. let's add some breakpoints here again and see when these methods get called. So this is just a string, can convert to okay.
Oh man, that's sweet.
So I guess this has to be string as well. So we have to convert to strings and from strings. Sure. Let's see what happens now.
Oh, gimme.
Hey, thanks for the follow, Data Snuck one. Welcome to the stream. Okay, what? Oh, so this actually passes foo, and we serialize that to a string. So that's what we kind of expect. And now, where are we now in our test? We're still here in the binding phase. Okay. So now we are passing in our foo value, and it asks us to convert that. So we are converting that to a string, and now we are being asked to deserialize, and we have it as JSON.
Woohoo!
Okay, so that makes the test pass. And so I guess this this use case here, this was sort of the custom stuff use case. That's fine, that works. And I don't even need this special case here. I can just go up here and copy and paste this one more time and say foo. And we can even have a nullable foo and the default of foo and call this 18 and 19. Oh, and obviously we don't convert that to a date time without milliseconds. Like so. Oh, damn it. Let's switch to this version here so it's easier to see which things are actually part of the test. And 20 and 21, I guess. Yeah, okay, we can make this public. could also just move this to its own class, move to file, and then I'm gonna move it over to my sample files project. So and change the namespace here. Close that one, and this should still be fine because now it's that type, and we can go ahead and run all the tests again. Hello, data. How do you say that name? Is it dates, nook, or knock, dates knock? Let me know. So this was single value binding. Yeah, you say data knocks. Yeah, well, nice to have you anyway. Okay, well, maybe I guess data knocks, data snock. Is that close enough? I'm Danish, but I can't remember if there's anything specific around the close enough. Data snock. Oh, so it's maybe like data speak in English, maybe. Yeah, I should actually be better at Norwegian. My mother is Norwegian, but she never really spoke Norwegian at home, so I haven't learned all those words. So I see. Norwegian word for hacker. That's good to know, C-Films. I'm doing good as well. No, I guess maybe it's that the one there in your name. Maybe that's too lead for some people. So input. Why do I have so many input async? Well, there's an overload here, so this could be a nullable thing. Oh, that's fine, input async. So on input, I can't remember if Norway is also very very like stringent around, you know, getting local Norwegian words for English phrases or words. Like here in Iceland, where I live right now, they translate everything to a local word. So it's not a computer up here. It's tulve and things like that. So Denmark, we are a bit more pragmatic. We usually stick with just the English words for things, in, you know, at least in computers. So I wonder if if input here behaves more or less the same. It still takes a change event argument, but it's just on input instead. So if we go and take a look at this, input ID on input on input. On input value. So I'm quite certain this will behave exactly the same as on change, but let's just for good measure add this to the test as well. Oh, I guess crashed a bunch of bit things here in Visual Studio. Okay, so that also means I can add this again as my on input value. Yeah. I previously, when I've worked on Danish government projects, then sometimes they also insisted on things in the code, at least the stop crashing Visual Studio. Maybe it's time for for a restart. Well, it's a good thing they're not releasing Visual Studio in like a week, right? Right? Oh god. Okay, let's close Visual Studio and try again. So yeah, but in there we sort of have to use that mix of Danish and English in the code, and it obviously it helped to prevent you from making mistakes when you were talking to the customers, because you were speaking their language, but it was sort of ugly to have that mix of Danish and English in the code. I agree with that. That's not ideal. So on input. So let's give all our tests a whirl again. Oh, I lost my search filter. Yes, but has that... I used to use the tweaks, but is it out with 2022? If it is, I definitely need that. Haha, somebody else came around and created a similar extension. I'm gonna go with Mads Christensen's. Okay. So that just broke all the tests. That's awesome. Let's just see, what did I do wrong? Oh, yeah, of course, input. Let's see what happens now. Yeah, so these are kind of, I'm pretty happy with these error messages. So this will tell you, okay, so you try to trigger the event on change. No, sorry, yeah, you try to trigger the event on change, but the element doesn't have one. It just does have one for on input. So that's I think that's a fairly good feedback. So this one only supports strings right now. I guess I need to perhaps change this to the same as up here, so T, and we can make this generic as well, T. That should make it happy. Yeah, I really try to come up with good error messages. But okay. Expected values, so it's actually just converting it to a string. So okay, so that's, yeah. So yeah, I really try to create good value, create good error messages, just because it makes I end up having fewer issues in in my Git repo, and that makes a huge difference. So let's try this one instead then. Let's see if this helps. Yep.
Oh man, that's sweet.
Okay, free test failing. Let's look at those. And oh, I know what's up here. I know what's up. So we need to say private static read only string array of excluded methods from generic test, and new one of those up, and it's got the change and input here. So if contains so if they contain the name, I'll just skip those. Let's run again.
Woohoo!
Run them all, I say.
Woohoo!
Okay, great. Everything passes. So, yeah. So good error messages is definitely in your own interest if you're developing a library and putting it up on NuGet. That will help people, you know, help themselves. So yeah. So I think this is a nice upgrade, and this will work as I guess we need one more overload. We need one more overload. We need one for string, obviously. So string and string, and that is going to be the 22nd and 23rd test, and default of string here.
Woohoo!
Oh, haha. I guess I already have that one. Okay, let me, that's a nice small analyzer tip there. You basically have the same test twice. I'm just gonna put this in here and call this 00 then, just to keep the order of things the same. Okay. So
Woohoo!
I think now is probably a good time to commit. So this will help with single value. This will help with single value changes, but with the multiple values we can now pass in as arrays with the select multiple. Need to add some more there. So this is definitely sort of a fix situation. So fix added, no, changed, change and update, no, change and input event trigger methods to automatically convert types to expected strings. Yeah, a little long commit message, but that's good. Okay. Actually, hang on, no, there's no warnings, so let me get my signing key. Okay. So next thing we want to look at is the multi-select thing. So how does that look? Let me jump back to my stash and have a look here. So we have a stash there. View changes. So I created this. We have initial values, and then we have okay. So let's see if we can do something around this where we can make a generic test like we had before. Just copy paste this. Oh, nice. This stash, this details hangs around. That's nice. Okay. So this was my on change bind sample. So if I create another one called on change multiple bind sample razor, and we pop this in there. Let's change that to T. So we have our values, and we can select multiple of those. We have our option. Oh yeah, and this is only supported in net 6. The annoying bit here is I'm not allowed to do this like we do over here. I'm not allowed to say if can I, if I put it in code, does this work? I wonder if that would work. That would be great. Nope, doesn't seem to work. So well, I guess actually if I just don't run a test with this component in, I think this compiles in all the versions, right? Because this is just a multiple and it just doesn't work. What's wrong with this though? Oh, T. So this just doesn't work in this won't work like multiple wouldn't work in the earlier versions, but for the so that doesn't really work. So I think I just need to create a test, a new test section further down where we do the multiple parts there. So I guess let's start by copying some of this and creating a if net 6 or greater. I believe that's only supported there in def. So all of that is going to exist in here. So fact so let's start with a simple example of doing an on. Let's build that first on. Of type string. Here we have options and values. Options and values. So options is going to be the options that are available to select. So we can use also fixture for that. Options fixture dot create a string array, and we can pass that into nope. Copy and pasting shouldn't be that hard. So we have options here, we pass in options to that. Options. And if I okay, let's just start with this example here. And what should my test be? So actually I want to set, right now I have no value selected, but I want to select just 2 of them, I guess. Or just, I guess I could select all 3. So I should be able to say cut.find and then do a select here. Yes, just select and then do change and pass in all my options. So I'm selecting all the options. Then I should have cut.instance not options, values should be equivalent to options. I wonder if this actually just works. Let's run it and see what happens.
Oh man, that's sweet.
Nope, it failed. Show in Explorer. Let's pop that up here. So, yeah. Expected value to be 3, but was 0. So it's compared by count. Should. Well, let's just do a should be, I guess.
Oh man, that's sweet.
Okay, this looks a bit better. So yada 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 yada. Expression should be. So yeah, we didn't actually get any binding done. So so I think if I just do a format value on that, let's see what happens then. Does this work?
Oh man, that's sweet.
Nope. What was it we did that other time? So if it's an removal, we create a list and we say convert that. So it has to be an okay. So yeah, you have to do something like this. Okay, so let me update my change code. Let me copy and paste what we did last time and see if this makes it actually run. So here we are basically checking if the value implements the IEnumerable interface. If it does, we create a list, then of objects, then we run through all of those, and we format the value and add that to the list, and then we just to array it. So it needs to be an array. if I remember correctly from last time.
Oh man, that's sweet.
Wait. Ah, probably need to change this to this.
Woohoo!
Okay, so this passes. Wonder if I broke all the other tests then. I did.
Oh man, that's sweet.
So I think what's going on is that string also implements IEnumerable. So if I do value is string, okay, this is not excellent code, but it's fine. Let's see if we can back to a running state with all the tests.
Oh man, that's sweet.
Run them all, I say.
Oh man, that's sweet.
Interesting. Why doesn't this work? Let's see. Value is a string. Oh, I know why it doesn't work.
Oh man, that's sweet.
Else if. Else if is your friend.
Woohoo!
Yep. So we can probably change this to an arc.value value switch. And then some pattern matching here. String value. Then we just return v, because we don't need to do anything about that. Enumerable of values. Then we need to do this bit here. Wait, you can't. Does it have to be a one-liner? I guess. Well, I can do a local method. No worries. Static. Object array. Format. Values. Enumerable. Values. And we can move this bit down here. Nope. Format values, values. And then finally we just have anything else. And that's gonna be just that. And then delete, delete, delete. That looks a bit nicer, I think. We can have special conditions here. We can even add the... I think we can just do this. That should also work, because there was some special handling for... Because booleans were also just passed directly as they were. So then we don't need to go into the bind converter to have it do its stuff. But that's the fallback. But... private static change event arcs create from G, where G value, because I'm actually gonna need this code in 2 places. Ah, yes, thank you, Christopher. I was coughing before, so I thought I would spare you from that, but yeah, I need to remember to unmute. Yeah, so I was just saying that it's a nice bit of refactoring, just putting everything into a shared thing. I also like this approach instead, and just have some of the default values here, and then pass those directly, and then just fall back to the format value in the bind converter type. Okay, so this was the, I guess this is the version for string. So let's see if we can create an overload for this that just works for, so this would be test 0. Let's take that up to 100 and jump up here and do a little bit of copy and pasting. But okay, so I guess I can add a bunch of, so if I name this ID bind. Basically do the same thing as we did before. So we have bind, we have these 3 guys there. So I'm gonna duplicate this 3 times, because I believe there is bind and there's on change and on input in all 3 cases. And so instead of bind we have and on input as well. And yeah, that should be it. Let's rename this to bind values instead of values. Okay. And then I can go ahead and change, just copy paste that, but we will call this. So now I'm just selecting all 3. But I guess we can do something where we select it, do something like options dot I guess it's not a bad. I don't think this test probably wouldn't be better or worse if I skipped some of the elements and only selected 1 or 2. So no, I don't. I think options is actually just fine in this case. So I'm just going to select all 3. It's going to be fine. Have that to be changed. Options, 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 and bind values. So this is going to be interesting to see what happens. I guess with arrays we want something like this. I don't know really what to expect from this. Let's see what happens if we run that test now. Most likely gonna fail.
Woohoo!
Nope. I'll be damned. Really? That's surprising. Is it? No, I guess they made some improvements to the data binding, so we don't need to. Yeah, so it actually converts it back to. I guess maybe it works because it's strings. So it probably works because it's strings. So here we are passing in an option of 3 strings, those 3 generated strings, and now we have the 3 strings selected as bound values, changed values. Yeah, they are indeed there. So I think the only think that this works because it's strings. Might not work when we make this generic. So this these 2 tests are actually almost like okay. I'm gonna refrain from trying to refactor this into something else, but let's just create another method down here called bind verify multiple bind values, and let's copy and paste a bunch of stuff here, and we have values generic, we have this T, call this values. Just align stuff correctly, and oh, now it should be happy. believe, yeah, because this is an array, and I think it has to be an array. I think we tried that last time and concluded that it had to be an array. Yeah, I think it had to be an array. Otherwise, multiple wouldn't work. Pretty sure we tested that out in. Well, I still have my. So, where's that ASP? Like, was it preview 7? We have multiple select. Yep. Okay. So if we just take this bit here and let's remove that test code, so I have 2 drop downs. But if I change this to so here they're using onChange, so that works as well. But for this thing here, so we have 2 initial selected values. But what if we wait, did I turn on insert? Apparently I did. So selected cars dot. Oh, this is so we can do string dot join. Join, please. And we want to join select. No, we want to use the separator. This one and selected cars. And I can move that up here. And down here we'll have selected cities. Here we're just doing a casting. So let's debug this and see what we have. So here we have, oh, I added a semicolon, so it has these selected. Yeah, so that works. Okay, multiple select works. Let me remove that semicolon and do the hot reload dance. Let's go back to the browser. That other one. Yeah, no semicolon there. Okay, so I'm pretty sure if I change this to a list, even a list of string, which has many of the same properties, just do new list to have a default empty one, and here we can do new, should be fine actually. Oh, I can't figure it out. Let me help you then. And so yeah, this is not gonna work. So we have a list of I guess what I can do is I can do a new list, and I should be able to create a new list from enumerable. Yeah, so this should actually work. Let's see if we can. No, it can't do that, so let's restart. I'm pretty sure this won't work. I think it has to be an array. The type. Okay, well, we can do 2 array of that. Nope. The type does... Okay, so... But why is it... I guess it may be complaining in a different place. Let me just comment this out. So it's definitely not that is causing it. Pretty sure it's just... It's not able to bind. Nope. It's just going boom here. The type list, so basically you have to, if you want to have something, if you want to do custom things, you have to have a type converter. Apparently. I'm pretty sure though that it's not even gonna work. So yeah, you can't even do it with this. Yeah, it has to be an array. Let's undo these changes here. Pretty sure this can be array.empty of string. That will probably work quite fine. Yeah, it does work. Okay. So yeah, no, I've sort of come to the conclusion that for this multiple select to work, it has to be an array you have in your component. So that makes sense. So for my test up here, I can now change that to verify multiple values of type string. Well, I should be able to figure that out, but if I just pass in options. And now I can rerun my test. And that passes. That's nice. That's fine. So this was my string test. So let's go ahead and so nullable value. So for all the other tests, I sort of have I had null values as well, but I guess that doesn't make sense. Either you pass in an empty array or you pass in an array with some data in there. So there's no nulls involved in this. And if you pass in an array with null in it, we can try it out, I guess. So here, let me just try do new t with default of t. Oops, let's do that experiment, see what happens. So this test should definitely fail. Let's see why. Yeah. Oh, wait. Let me make this very explicit null, not default of. So default of t should be, let me add 2 here, just to make sure I'm not seeing something completely. So does that actually gets turned into 2 empty strings or 2 null values? So it.
Oh man, that's sweet.
Let me just redo that. Repeat debug last run. Okay, so let's see what are bind values. So bind values is, so default just get turned into so now I end up with a list of 2 empty strings. That's I'm not sure really what to do with that information. Like, so if we pass in null values, then with a string it behaves sort of, well, I guess
Oh man,
need to do
that's
some
sweet.
experimentation. So if we copy paste this for strings and dump that in here and change this to just add a 1 on top of that, and multiple, and change this to a string array and call that values. And this is going to be a new string with default of string in there. Yeah, this is this is weird. Let me try. That one should behave the same. This one.
Oh man, that's
Yeah,
sweet.
no, that didn't like that. So we expect to, yeah, I guess, because what actually happens is so let's look at the code here. So if it is an enumerable of stuff, and I guess I need my basically I need this stuff in here. So if I can change that to value as well. So captured value dot add, and I guess it could be in a situation where I have a list of lists. Should that be allowed? Can that be allowed? I guess it could. So what I probably want actually is a helper method more here called private static object format value of type G value, and call that here. So it's going to be value, and that's basically a switch over this. And then so I guess I'm gonna pull this out and put it here, make it private. I do not think I am going to support don't think I'm going to support having this being called from here. So then this also become, well, no, wait a minute. So this calls this, and yeah, no, I definitely need that there, because then I can now reduce this to format value. And then we might have some recursion going on, that's gonna be fine. Let's compact this down. Still not really liking that I have to. So, is there an I collection? There is an I collection type. So, if this implements, if I change this to I collection, then I can just, because collection has a length, then I can just create my result right away. So it's going to be new array of values.length object array that count, and then we do a for over, yep, exactly, values.count, and change this to results. And here it would be result I values, no, it would be format value values I, and return result. Oh, there's no indexer. Wait, no indexer. I guess that's not. Okay. Sure, so we have var in index equals 0. Then we do a for each over values. And yeah. Format value. Value. Stuff like that. And yeah. So this avoids allocation of a list object, but then I'm sort of, I sort of ignore anything that is enumerable, which, so I guess I can have both here. So if it's I enumerable, I need to do a new list of object. So I guess in most cases, people will have something that implements I collection. Oh, anyway, let me.
Oh man, that's sweet.
This is sort of a bit annoying that, you know, and can I do if null? Wonder what happens if I do that.
Woohoo!
So if we do have null, I end up with an array of nulls. Yeah, I probably think that is the right thing to do, and then it's up to the binder and the other cases to figure it out. I think this might be okay. Let's change this to be nullable as well, so it's happy with me. Oh, like so. I wonder if all the rest of the test passes with the null option. Oh, okay, so
Oh
something.
man, that's sweet.
A few of them broke. Let's see what broke. Okay, so in this case where we pass null in, expected to be null, but found. Okay. Interesting. Yeah.
Oh man, that's sweet.
Let's see, let's put a breakpoint here. And what was the shortcut again? Repeat, debug, last run. So, so here we have a foo, so that's not, here we have null. So, passing in a null value. I wonder if it's because we have this custom so this might be working because we have the convert from and to thing here where it, yeah, so this gets called with null and then it jumps in here and go to implementation. Does it say what to do when, let's just click. So what was the result? So this returns the empty string. Okay. And also empty string.
Oh man, that's sweet.
So we expect it to be null, but we actually get an object. Let me debug that one more time, and instead just put a breakpoint down here and say go, and skip that breakpoint, that one as well. So now I have, oh, I know what's going on here. So let me,
Oh man, that's
let's
sweet.
try that one more time. I think it's
Give it! Go!
I think it's
hell with it.
because yeah, to hell with this. I think it's because we actually, it doesn't change the value when we pass in null. So up here we do have we have a value now. Let's just note this down: 161, the age, and the name is something that ends with E9. So after we do that, what the, oh, different test. So this is the test where we actually had a value. So fair enough. This one is different. Okay. So here we do have bind value, and here the bind value is the original. The initial value is the age is 34, and the name ends with 52. And that was just passed in as the initial value, but the new value is null. So after we do a bind on that, what do we have then? Then we have null. Well, okay, that works. So this one actually passes.
Oh man, that's sweet.
Let me. Is it? Go to implementation. Nope, that doesn't work. So these are set to object. Yeah. So let's try that one more time. Okay, this is the one with null values. And what do we have now? We have something, unchanged values. That's also something. That's also something. So this one, now it's null. Now that's null. Now that's null. So
Oh
why are
man,
you
that's sweet.
failing? Expect that. Oh, yeah. So in this particular case, I want my test to look like this.
Oh man, that's sweet.
Yeah, and now it fails because it's actually not so the null case is special for values, but I think it's correct when we actually pass in null to it that we get it set to null when it supports that. So for this test, I'm just gonna undo that and keep it like that. And try to run that again.
Oh man, that's sweet.
Yeah, okay. So what I'm gonna say is if value is null, is not null, Otherwise, no. So, question is, what about all the other tests? Do they still pass?
Oh man, that's sweet.
Almost. Huh. So net 3 and net 5 are behaving differently. Well, that's awesome. Expected value to be null, but was. Okay, well, let's try to debug that and figure out what is happening in this case. So there might be some changes with. So this one works. This one where it's null. Now I'm passing in null, and my bound value is ends in 74 on the age. Oh. Foo type converter cannot convert from null. Okay.
Oh man, that's sweet.
So that exception is actually swallowed, which I guess is. Which I guess is okay. Come on. Yeah. So now I still have my foo, but these two. So okay. So interesting. So with net 5 and net 3, apparently if the type converter cannot do its thing, it cannot convert from a null value, then it just keeps the value it currently have, whereas with net 6 it will throw away the value, the currently selected value. But with on change binding and with on input binding, it will also just throw away the value. So yeah.
Oh man, that's
That's a
sweet.
little annoying that it's different. So I wonder if that's something I should do something about explicitly, or just simply make some if. Yeah. I think I will just say that for the null case. So I'm going to remove this. Do something like that there. And then do a 22 here. And have that be think I'm gonna rename all my tests. So it's probably gonna be, no, not Control H. Yeah, rename that to change with change and input. Yeah. So in this particular case, we have the special condition, and I'm gonna move him in here. This one isn't really needed there, not here either, just for daytime offset. Wait, why is it not needed for daytime? That should be the same. Alright, let's run all the tests. Okay, so we are all green again. Okay, but that was single value. What we are working on now is also multi-bind value. And we tried with string, so I guess next step is not string, but Boolean values. So let's steal some, copy paste a bit here. So add a 1 here, and change this to a let's try all the tests again.
Oh man, that's sweet.
I see. Here, verify multiple. Kind of required to call the right verification method. How about this one? Okay. So Boolean works as well. Okay. Guess just need to copy paste a bit more. So let's see, that was 3, 4, so that was int, now we have in, let's scroll down, down, let's see, it's daytime offset, and does foo work as well? Okay, let's start with this. Yep, all of that. Okay. Let's see if the new refactor tools can help me. So in here it's complaining, and I'm going to do some renaming. Let's see if we select all of that. Within selection, I want to change things. I start with test 0, change that to test 1. And then also in the selection, going to change values, no, value to values, and I think there's an option to and oh, I need to do my selection again. Match the whole value only inside the selection, so that looks good as well. And going to change the to bind multiple values. So now we have a bunch of things complaining. That's fine. Now I need to update. I don't think there's a quick way to do this, so let's just copy and paste a bit. Old-fashioned way. So I trying to figure out if there's a smarter way to do this, but I think this is decent enough, and at least when I get to yeah, and this would be new foo. Here we need at least foo. Okay. Yeah, so we need to fix those overloads as well. But let's scroll up and up here. Here we actually need at least 2, otherwise it's not really multiple select. Here we need 2 as well. New int New long, nullable long. Still have a sore throat from my cold a few weeks ago. I guess that's how it goes. Okay, this is a bit tedious, but it's just nice to be certain that I guess this should work now and it should work in the future. I'm a bit defensive when it comes to this because I'm actually sort of depending on the Blazor framework to work in a specific way. So if I need to have a bunch of tests that sort of both verifies how my code works, but also the assertions I have around the framework. Otherwise, if they upgrade something or change something in the Blazor framework that they consider internal, it still might break bUnit, so I'd like to catch that if I can. Decimal. So this might definitely seem like an overkill, but okay. So here we want a new date time offset. Oh wait, this might not be null with these guys. Oh damn it. Okay, I need to change that everywhere. So it's gonna be a search and replace, I think. I think that was it. But everywhere I have from 100 and down, where everywhere I have it's not the array of foo's that can be null, it's the foo's in the array that can be null. So, oh, come on. Selection. So everywhere where I say this, that should be this. Okay, okay, okay. I think that looks about right. Okay, it's gonna be interesting to see where we end up now. How many things break? How many special conditions do we need to add?
Oh man, that's sweet.
So some stuff definitely broke. Let's have a look. Okay, so in this particular case, which one of my assertions breaks? Ah, yeah. So with unchanged value, you get them as strings, and originally they were integers. Whereas the first one does it right. If you do unchanged value, you have to manually convert them to. So here I think I might need to do an overload where I say x bind converter dot. Can I? So this is basically, I need something like this, like private static t expected value t cannot go object might be null even, so if it's and if it's an array, so now I can do expected values here instead. It's going to be a bit easier to read. Let's call it value as string, because basic format value, I think that's the right word we're looking for here. Format values, plural. And in this case, it will be something along the lines of values convert that to an array. No, actually, I'm just gonna call format value in that. Yeah. So this one calls format value, and that handles the thing correctly, and we can do the values here and make this generic. I think that's reasonable. Let's try to run all the tests again.
Woohoo! Oh man, that's sweet.
Still 2 failing. Let me guess it's the foo one, okay. So it should be foo, but was empty. Yeah, I guess I think it's sort of reasonable that foo might not work. Is it because there's no type converter for it? Let's take a look at this test. Just debug that. See if we... Let's see what actually happens in... Does the foo type converter get called at all during this test? It does. And what is the object? It's a foo. Wait a minute. It's a string. Oh. Where are we called from? Oh, during bind. So yeah, that doesn't seem to be supported.
Oh man, that's sweet.
So I'm gonna probably check that out. One test I do think I'm missing is actually parsing enums. That should be possible, I think. So if we... yeah, that should be probably should be possible. So let's go up here. Just gonna keep these together. Move this down there. And let's add... Well, I don't need the current culture bit, so let's just copy and paste decimal. And we can go up here as well. I guess we can move this in here. And also create a cars.cs, and it could be an public enum cars. And what was the sample we had before? We had a list of cars, if I remember correctly. Yeah. Audi, Jeep, Opel, Saab, and Volvo. Sure. So if I go back here and say this is test 23, and it's gonna be a car or value, I guess. And 24. Let's see if that works. So I'm able to bind to this. I'm actually curious, how does it, what is the value it ends up choosing? Let's put a breakpoint here and go back here and run this test in debug mode. Does it pass the integer or does it convert it? So no, it converts it to it converts it to the string value. Okay, fine, that's good. So what about the multiple things? Let's see if multiple cars works as well. So 23, 123. Yeah, that's fine. And we have a cars array, and here we have a cars array, and here we select something like new cars, and it's gonna be a few default cars. This may or may not work. I guess since this is just treated as strings, it might just work as strings. Let's try it out, see what happens. Yeah, it works. It seems like it works. So I think this is a great time even to stop. And also, oh wait, I have a few things here that need some tending to. So what is it complaining about? So I'm getting all sorts of error messages here. Let's have a look. Rename parent source time to destination type to match. Oh yeah. Destination type. And what else? Add a public read-only property access for positional. Why? I don't think I want to. I can give it a... So I have a build system rule that says that any warnings are turned into errors, so I need to sort of explicitly consider all of my warnings and either suppress them or just, you know, fix them. And that is sort of in place to, among other things, enforce coding style and also be explicit about. Okay, so no errors, no warnings. We can say fix for this. This is a fix as well. And add support for parsing multiple values with change and input event trigger methods. And commit all. And waiting. Sometimes it takes a while for my key signing thing to pop up. Well, anyway, it's time for me to go and say hello to the family. Thank you very much, everybody, for hanging out. It's been fun. We've actually managed to complete this feature, which is super great. So now, next Wednesday, I think there's a few more things I need to change, maybe fix that bug we looked at in the beginning initially, and then I think bUnit is more or less ready for V1, well, not V1, for .NET 6 support. So that will be released soon, I hope. So again, thank you very much for hanging out and have a great rest of the day, everybody. See you again on Wednesday. Bye bye.